Hello, friends. How are you this evening? Gretchel, thank you for the follow. You said the volume's too low. On the music? Hello, Maki. How are you tonight? Hope all is well. Hello, Baka. How you doing, my friend? Good to see everyone this evening. Nice, yeah. Hopefully you get a little bit of stream before you get to bed, Maki. That'd be good. I'm doing good today, Baka. Thanks for asking. Oh, Gretchel, glad you're here. Good now, thank you. You own some of my pottery. Well, that's wonderful to hear. Hopefully it's holding up for you real well. I try to make it durable. So tonight I'm going to be finishing up some pieces that I threw over the past couple weeks. Well, I started last week, and then I threw this bowl last week. I threw some teapots last week. Yarn bowl is terrific, wonderful. I'm glad you like it, Gretchel. Yeah, and then, so the big bowl, some teapots, and then I threw some teapots yesterday, and I'm going to do some fun altering and finishing on those too, so we'll see how that goes. Alright, just going to switch one thing. Here we go. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is trim this big bowl. So I'm just getting it centered up on the wheel, so I just want to make it so that the bottom of the pot is right in the center so I don't trim it off center. Right now it's still a little off. There we go. Nice. Alright, and then I'm going to lock that in place. A little bit of clay around the edges. Gretchel, how long have you had the yarn bowl? A year or two, nice. That's a good long time, so it's definitely got some good use out of it. Can I guess who you are? I mean, I could start guessing. But I'm not 100% sure. I might need some clues. Alright, so now I've got this. I use these clay lugs to lock the bowl in place so that as it's spinning around on the wheel, it can handle the pressures that I put on it with the tool on the side here. So first I'm going to start just by cleaning up this top edge. Going to round out that foot. Start to even it up a bit. There we go. husband picked up the yarn bowl, so that might be a clue. Yes, it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it now. You know, 2 local streamers now. Yeah, I'm glad I got on Twitch too. It's been a fun time. This is my 2nd week streaming. Just hopped on. It's something I wanted to do for a while, and I had been a big fan of the Great Pottery Throwdown. And Gablano! How's it going? Thanks for the follow. And I said if I ever had a chance to be on the Pottery Throwdown that I would do it. So when the Twitch Pottery Throwdown came along, I had to put my money where my mouth was. So I forced myself to start streaming. I wanted to do it anyway, so it wasn't like far from where I wanted to be anyway. Super well, you love pottery. Great, awesome. Well, I hope this is a pleasing stream for you. I love pottery as well, and any questions you have, feel free to ask. Right now I'm just trying to take off some extra clay from this large bowl that I threw last week. Yep, so the Pottery Throwdown on Twitch got me going. And so here I am, super excited to be here and looking forward to doing this for a good long time. So the idea here is that I'm just slowly carving clay out of the center of the bowl, and I'm trying to match the inside. So the inside has a nice concave curve to it. It has a nice dome on the inside of the bowl, so I'm kind of matching that with a convex curve here on the outside. So the Pottery Throwdown is a 6-week challenge with there's 6 challenges and then 1 main make. So I don't know if you've ever seen the Great Pottery Throwdown. It's a BBC show. It's a lot like the Great British Bake Off. It's actually made by the same production company, so the format's almost exactly the same. So what there's a main make, and then they do a series of challenges that are kind of like quick one-shot challenges. And so the main make for the Twitch Pottery Throwdown is a teapot and 4 teacups. And there's, like I said, 6 weekly challenges. So the first week was miniatures. And so I threw a bunch of little itty bitty pots for the first week's challenge. And then so there's like a little cylinder, a bowl, and a little bottle. Yeah, please show your boo. So the second week, which I did yesterday, was throwing a cylinder blindfolded. So you can go back and watch the VOD from yesterday if you want to. I threw blindfolded for a little while, and then I don't remember what next week's is, but I'll find out soon enough. There is a website and a Discord. If you type in !throwdown details, it'll bring up the Discord and the website for the event. And then there, Baka, to finish answering your question, there is no bracket. No one's getting eliminated. It's more for fun. But the main make, they will have a. It's kind of like there's going to be two portions of it. One of it's going to be like people can vote, so anyone in the Discord can kind of upvote whatever finished piece they like the best. And then there's also going to be a guest judge. So the first guest judge they have, I believe, is going to be another pretty well-known potter, and they're looking for a couple other people to see if they can get a couple judges for the main make. So it's kind of more for fun and to help spread the word about all the awesome potters on Twitch. But again, it was what I needed to get started for sure. Missed a couple comments there. 1 second. Baka says, that's so awesome. Could you, in theory, make something that could then be used as a tool in the bake-off? A great crossover. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could make a ceramic tool for baking for sure. And then, oh my god, it's Vicky. Says, summon me here from the depths of hell. Well, I'm glad you made it over from the depths of hell anyway. Vickles. Hopefully we can lighten the mood from the hellscape. What are we making today, babies? I'm finishing some work that I made over the last few streams. I did this big bowl and some teapots, and then I made some teapot forms yesterday as well that I'm going to be finishing. Straw baby summons from time to time. Hey, KT. Good to see you, bud. This is not technically an 18 plus stream. I don't have it marked as mature content. KT says he's gonna have to use sexy throwing mud more often in my sentences. Well, I mean, my viewership is pretty low, so. Can you see me? Black magic? KT. I might not finish throwing this pot if I saw you through black magic right now. I just won't read it out loud. OMG. Half expecting KT to be outside my window for some reason. Alright, good luck, Gretchel. Thanks so much for stopping by the stream. Appreciate it. I've been making pottery for 15 years, so it's been a good long time. Hello, Alec. Your friend sent you here. It's lovely to meet you as well, Alec. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hang out and enjoy the stream for a little bit. We're just finishing up some pots that I threw earlier in the week. Thank you for the follow as well, Alec. Appreciate it. All right, well, if you're here with Baka, then that's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming over and hanging out for a little bit. I appreciate all the support. Baka, I caught a hint of the stream last night. I was, just after I finished up my stream, I was getting dinner and I saw you were on, so I stopped in for a bit, but I really enjoy it. Yeah, man. It's fun. I like the astral plane. I have the Discord set up. I don't have any links to it yet, but I'm still working on getting content up. It'll be up soon. I'll have it up hopefully by the end of this week. But I do have the Discord going. I just haven't sent out any links for the invites. That Discord that just got posted in chat is for the Pottery Throwdown event that I'm a part of. And so there's a lot of potters on there that are also streaming on Twitch. Oh, Alec, thank you so much for the compliment on the sculptures. Oh, it's fine. I know what you're saying. Thanks for sharing the website, KT. Appreciate it. Alec, I know I have met Baka before a long time ago when I was out in Arizona visiting a buddy of mine. And I know Gretchel and I know KT as well. Perfect. Yes. And oh my god, it's Vicky is spiritual friends with all of us. No. All right. Good to see you, Gretchel. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good luck with feeding the cats. OMG, it's Vicky says, I want to believe that amused pottery is just high as fucking vibe right now, making beautiful pottery for years to come. That's not too hard to believe. Not too hard to believe at all. Alex says, I've always had a painting, man. I've never tried pottery before. Always been painting. Yeah. But you love art. Perfect. Yeah. I mean, there's a fun connection between everything. You know, it's like I was a painter before I found clay, and it was kind of, I treat my pieces like canvases. So when I look at a piece like this, when I make them, I kind of leave spaces to do decorating and all sorts of fun stuff. And so when I have a lot of pieces, like my horsehair pieces, I'm like literally painting those with smoke, you know. So like these big bowls, I like having these nice thick rims so I can do a lot of painting on there. And it's just a nice medium that I get to create my own canvases and kind of play in 3 dimensions rather than 2. It gives you a little bit more, you don't have as much control with the glazes, but at the same time you get, you know, different forms and different canvases to play with. Is this a hobby, or do I make a living off my pottery? I am a full-time potter, so I teach pottery, I make wholesale orders, I make art and sell it at shows, and now I'm streaming. So basically I do this full time. I do not have a job that does not have some foot in the door of something that has to do with pottery. Oh yeah, Harry Potter jokes a million times a day. I'm fine with the Harry Potter jokes, just no ghosting. We just don't do ghosting here, that's fine. Your work's only as valuable as anyone's willing to pay you for it. Yeah, I mean, you give it to the right dealer and they can sell it for any amount of money. You've done whittling before, Alex. Yeah, so the whittling is fun for sure. Wood is a very fun medium to work with. I've done a lot with wood. Mostly functional stuff, but I have made, like I actually made, I'll show you just a couple. Like these are some tools that I use to make pottery with that I hand formed myself so that they're just ergonomical and they all have their own unique function. So yeah, definitely like to have fun shaping wood. The wheel is very interesting. It's a lot like, you know, wood turning is just the piece spinning horizontally, whereas the wheel is spinning vertically. But a lot of it, like everything that I was just doing, where I was trimming away at the base of this pot, is a lot like, you know, removing or turning a piece of wood on a lathe. Oh, thanks for the compliment, Baka. Yeah, the tools work really well. I made them specifically for me to do jobs that I wanted them to do. So like one of them is made to like shape the foot in the bottom of a piece, and another one is this. They're shaped specifically to my hands, so that the curves and the little outcrops in the center, they just fit in between my hands and my thumb lays on it exactly where I wanted it to, so that I can get, yeah, ergonomics, exactly. So that I get exactly what I want out of the tool. Alex says when he went camping with his dad at 11, he taught him to make spoons that we used on trips. That's really cool. That's awesome. Yeah. All those little skills. Like, that's kind of how I got good at pottery, you know. It's just I pick up little skills here and there from all the people I meet and kind of add it into my toolbox, quote unquote, of skills that I have, and then I get to kind of express myself with them over time. So I mean, that spoon, if you take the same steps that you used to make that, I'm sure you could figure out ways to make other things. Alright, so this, you can kind of see now that foot's carved into that bowl, so this one's pretty much finished for now until it dries out and gets glazed, or if I do any decoration to the rim. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Alec. It seems like you've been doing this for a very long time. How do you feel about Seth Rogen's work? It's interesting. I'm glad that he's found a way to express himself with it. I think he's having fun, and that's important. I wouldn't particularly make the pots that he makes, but you know, that's no reason to hate on it. You know what I mean? Like, it's to each their own. Essentially, he likes some glazes that I would never use. He uses a lot of like non-functional crackle glazes, but he's actually come a long way in his work. From what I've seen recently, the first few pieces I saw were pretty rudimentary, and they're starting to look a lot better. So, I mean, I guess if you have enough time to do it and you put the time in, and I'm sure he has the time and time and money to put into it. So, yeah, we can be stream friends. That'd be awesome. Oh my God, it's Vicky. Do you prefer OMG or Vicky, or what do you want me to call you for short? I can almost promise you that he's made a pottery bong. I'm sure of it. I made my fair share at one point in time, so. All right. So this is a teapot form that I made. Vickles. All right, cool. Vickle bits. Alright, Vickles is cool. I can do that. Yeah, we're talking about the guy who's never been sober a day in his life. I did also blow glass with Old Dizzy for sure. Yeah, we did. That's actually one of the first mediums that I picked up in 3D. I was doing painting, drawing, playing music, and I started blowing glass before I did pottery. Yep. And I still have a glass setup here at my house. Dizzy used to blow a lot of glass. He had the setup. Alright, so I made a couple lids for these guys here. This one's just a little loose, so I think I'm not going to work on this one. I'm going to try this flatter one, but I need to get it to fit in better. He still got it in his garage. He should get back into it. Yeah, he should, man. That would actually make a pretty cool stream too if you wanted to do it. I have shipped to other continents for sure, Alex. Yes, you should start streaming it. Alright, so I'm just trying to get this teapot centered up. Pickles says Mother Russia would never allow such beauty into her country. I have one of the most amazing hand drums that I got from a company in Russia. It's called the Rav Vast, and I ordered it directly from the factory. So they have their own beautiful things for sure. Yes. Cablano says I could watch blowing glass. It's one of those things I could do, but I know I'm a klutz. It's yeah, you have to be cool with the fire for sure. I'm definitely Russian friendly. We actually have a lot of Russians around where I'm at in Maryland. Over here, we have a resort town called Ocean City, and tons of people come here to work for the summer. Now, I don't know if that's how it is right now with the pandemic, but typically, tons of people come here. Alex said he would like to visit America. He's never been. Yeah, for sure. It's a great place. I mean, we have our issues, but. And then Vickles says, "How much total do you think you've invested into pottery?" I have no idea, but every piece costs me money. It costs me a lot of money to produce all of the work that I make, and that's not just in time, energy. You know, my power bill is insane every month because of all the kilns that I have. I have 3 massive pottery kilns where I fire my work, and then I have 5 wheels in my studio space here. Tell me everything. I want to know all the dirty details. Tell me where the money goes. So, and mostly it goes into me trying to figure out how I'm gonna eat next. You know. Follow the money. Yep. So the lid that I have here, I need it to get just a little bit smaller, and so that it can drop down right inside this opening. Right now it's a little big, so I'm just gonna flip it over, let it hang out on top here, and then I'm gonna trim a little bit off the top. There we go. Center that up. Pottery is rough. You know, there's like a lot of industry. You can buy all your materials wholesale, and then you get to produce your work and then resell it, you know, and make a good amount of money off of it. And there's no real like wholesale pottery business unless you're just in the straight supply business, and even then you're not getting a huge chunk of money off of it. You're on the edge of your seats waiting for this trim. Well, that's good. I mean, Tell me about the condition of the skin of your hands and tell me what you do to protect them. Well, my hands dry out very regularly. I use specific hand lotions to keep them moisturized. Asking all the important questions. Vickles is on point with the questions tonight, for sure. Not all hand creams are made the same, that's for sure. Alright, so I've just stacked up all these pieces. So I've got the teapot underneath, and then I stuck that to the wheel with the lugs on the side, and then I'm using it as a chuck to trim the lid so that I can get that to fit inside of it. So right now I'm just trying to take off a little bit of clay that was overhanging, keeping it from slipping inside the teapot. So I'm going to test this and see how it works. Mud Mama wants to know. Alright, so Mud Mama wants to know which hand creams I actually use. And KT says, don't promote lotion companies unless you get paid, bro. So I'm gonna go with KT's advice. He's never steered me wrong. So no promoting hand creams until they start giving me some paid promotions here. I need some sponsorships. All right. So I've got it so that it's going in about halfway. So you can see it's kind of tapered at the moment. So I'm just going to take that down a little bit more. What would be the coolest sponsorship to get? Probably a clay sponsorship so I could stop buying it, or like a kiln sponsorship so that they could give me free kilns to work with. Alex, I don't really do rock climbing. I'm here on very flat land. We have we hardly have hills. So set up an Amazon link so I can get paid when you click it. That's not a bad idea. I need to buy a bunch of hand cream from China, and then I'll send you to the link of the stuff that I'm selling personally so I can get doubly paid for it. Yeah, whatever hand cream is the closest is probably the right answer. You're still shooting for the graphics sponsor? You know, that's not a bad one either, right? You have an Amazon link to cheese powder on stream. Nice. I didn't see that. That's really hilarious. But did you buy the cheese powder, and are you the Amazon retailer? Yeah, the coconut oil works pretty good for sure. You just can't really touch anything else for a little while right afterwards. That would be smart. See, that's what I'm here for. I'm helping everyone. Yeah. Well, that's good, Baka. You need to get the use out of that cheese powder for sure. Baka, I need details on the cheese powder. You may need to put a link in chat. I may be a lover of cheese, but I currently don't own cheese powder. It's like a bright orange cheese powder for mac and cheese or homemade popcorn. Yeah, like the stuff you get in the yeah. For the mac and cheese boxes. That makes sense. I have never received or bought cheese powder outside of one of those like flash mac and cheese packs though. Alright, so that's fitting in pretty good. Yeah, we do put curry on the popcorn for sure. Curry on popcorn is delicious. Alright, so now I'm just kind of forming the lid to the pot a little bit. Hobo Neckbeard Cigar Man, thank you for the follow. And Anani, thank you for the follow. My mama says, yes, that's the way the popcorn was meant to be. Oh my god, I need to make dinner now. You were at the hospital helping with vaccines. That's awesome. Sorry. You didn't get the vaccine yourself, but hopefully soon. Yeah, hopefully you get one soon, man. If you're out there helping out. Saw ramblings on Twitter that they're hoping April it's widespread. Hopefully we can get the vaccine out to everyone by then. Just trimming this up a bit more. It was a little tight. Hello, Clay's Food. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Clay's Food is another one of the Twitch potters in the Pottery Throwdown. She has some really sweet monster pots. Hey, Original Systems, what's up? We were just talking about you blowing glass on stream, man. You gotta set that stuff up. I wish clay was food. Well, you can eat it. It won't kill you, but I'm not promising anything on the taste. Maybe you could use some cheese powder. It's a bit crunchy. Yeah, right. Okay, I know I asked this question earlier, but I missed the answer. I figured it out. Is this a room attached to your house, or is it a studio? This is a room inside my house, yes. Get those powders for your tendies. Mix cheese powder into the clay, genius, yeah. That's what I'm here for, brilliant ideas. KT says it's my fault for whatever weird art comes out of him next. Hey, I'll take credit. I'll take credit. Yes, a whole room dedicated to creativity. That is for sure. Actually, I would say it's this room. This is the lower floor of my house. It's like a basement. The entire basement is pretty much the clay studio, and then I have a four-car garage, and the majority of the four-car garage is also part of the studio. And then I also have kilns in my backyard. It's an all-consuming activity. Once you get into it, it's kind of everywhere. I'm in Salisbury, Maryland, on the Eastern Shore. Clay is food. Pottery industry makes bank, huh? No, it doesn't. I wouldn't say it makes bank. That's for sure. It's definitely. It's a rough road. I mean, some people are get lucky and get in the right galleries and can get some money, but not me. I have to work real hard for it. Yeah, my whole house is basically a studio. You know, that the rest of the upstairs is just like the the music studio. Anti-flex. Yeah, it's anti-flex. I've got all this stuff and it's amazing, but it's hard. I have a couple galleries that represent me, but it's not like New York galleries or anything where you have someone dealing it through, saying that your stuff's worth 10 grand a piece or something. So, you know who I am now. All right, perfect. Yeah, it's been a while, Kat, since I saw you. The last time I saw you was at the Arts Alive Festival in Ocean City, Maryland, Northside Park. And I believe that was somewhere around, geez, it had to be like five years ago, maybe? It's been quite a while. Pizza bought this house. That is true. Mud Mama in chat is my wife, and we met working at a pizza shop. So she was a delivery driver. I was a manager, and she is not wrong. That pizza. She actually bought this house on delivery money. Love at first bite. Ain't it true, Vickles? The house that pizza built. This is the house that pizza built. Old Dizzy's been here. He set up the glass studio, and I have, so part of the garage there is a glass studio in, and he helped me set that up for sure. He spent a whole summer here blowing glass. Yeah. Alex works for a pizza joint too. Yeah. Hey man, it's not a bad way to go. You gotta make money. Pizza is good money when it can be. So I'm just gonna clean up the bottom of this now that I've done the lid. Vickles asked me what's my favorite color. Green. The tips were the good part, she says. Yeah, right. I would say green's my favorite color, but there's no color that I hate. Yes, teal is definitely an honorary green. There you go. Alex says I never met a color I didn't like. I like that sentiment for sure. Green Gang! Pews is effing terrible, KT says. Teal is an indecisive blue, I like that. Do I have a green pottery glaze that I love? I do, actually, yeah. Yes, the Black Skull and Crossbones mug is one of ours. We traded for some monster mugs. You got it. That's right. I'm gonna grab the green mug real quick. The brand? I make all my glazes, so there's no brand. Well, I should say my wife and I make all the glazes. So this is the green glaze that I like. It's actually it's an ash glaze. No brand, gang. Yeah, that's the SH Copper Ash. Oh, yeah. My wife and I make all the glazes too, Alex says. Yeah. If you do, I just won't read it out loud, Alec. We're so bad. You guys are great. This is very, very good for me. It's very entertaining. Russian people swear a lot. I'm sorry. I can't blame you for that. I know plenty of people who swear a lot. Baka says, I wish I swore in Russian. It's always something you can learn. There's always time. We do too. Yep. I would watch that. Alright, so this is the one of the teapot forms. So I still have to add the spout and the handle to it. Welcome to Russian Swear School. Baka, that's your next stream, right? I might have to do a sub stream for that. Yeah. I'm playing a lot of Tarkov. Nice. Alright, so we got another one here. So this lid goes with this one. This one has the gallery on the inside. I'm not seeing much actual swearing here. Yeah. How's it going, Tom? Good to see you. So this one's made to fit down in the gallery on the top. Shouting Tom is also one of the Clay streamers here on Twitch. Clay is Food, Shouting Tom. Check them out if you get a chance. Alright, so again, I'm just going to use the pot as a chuck. And I'm just going to take a little bit off. It's not sitting as nicely as I would like right into the gallery here, so I'm just going to trim that up a bit. Nice. Thanks for posting all the potters. I'm going to go ahead and center this pot up. Yeah, thanks, Pickles. I am quite I enjoy myself for sure. So. Oh, thanks, Maki. Thanks for hanging out in the stream for a while. Appreciate it. Have a good evening. All right. Put my little box up. Hold it in place. What's my favorite piece that I've ever made? I have, I've made a lot of pieces, but I made a porcelain sculpture, and I threw it. It was this beautiful tall vase, and then what I did is I carved it and sculpted it and turned it into a sculpture, and then I put it through a firing. It's called a soda firing, and what we do is we have an outdoor kiln that's fired with gas, and so at the top end of the firing we actually throw baking soda and salt into the kiln. The salt vaporizes, and then it creates a glaze on the pots. And so I fired it that way, and then I took the piece and I had this root ball. It's like this piece of wood, and then I mounted the piece on the root ball, so the two pieces mirror each other. And you can see it on the website in the sculpture area. The piece is called Sea Life in a Dream. Alright. So that's on there good now. I'm just going to trim up the lid. It's fairly obscene. Yeah. We would go through a couple pounds of it at a time. More than a couple pounds of it at a time. Root ball. Yeah, well, that's the only way I can explain it, because it was not a tree. It was more like a bush. So it had the lower half of it, where it came out of the ground, had the roots coming out of the bottom, and so there's the root part. But then at the top, it had branches coming out too, so you could see the top part of it. So it was like the section between the roots and the branches. The little piggy. Are you looking at a piggy bank on the website, Vickles? Yeah. So the piggy banks are a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah, we let the people who buy them name them. They have themes in my mind. So I make like we have like the rainbow unicorn pigs, and then the ones that have like aviator glasses, and then we have some that are like ducks and all sorts of stuff. So Oh, nice. Oh, puppers. Alright, so I just shaved a bit off this to hopefully fit this in here a bit better. Oh yeah. I didn't want to take too much off because I don't want it to slide around in there. I just wanted it to sit in the gallery a lot better. So now that that's locked in place, I can start trimming this top section, and I'll trim the pool. Mud Mama, that was not exactly. Sarah, can you post a direct link to the the sea life in a dream? Yeah. What's the duck's name? That's a good question. We have one of the crazy ducks just sitting in the kitchen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the ducks are fun. I've made all sorts of really wacky. I made like this crazy bank. It's funny, like I make the craziest stuff, and it's always like I'm like, no one is ever going to buy this crazy, absurd oddity thing that I made, and then it's always the first thing to sell. I'm like, holy moly! And then I end up with all like the regular pigs sitting around the house. Hey Bump, how's it going? Yeah, so I actually have a bunch of chickens. But what I was referring to were the piggy banks that we make. We make like pigs that are like, I've made pigs that look like they're dressed up as ladybugs or wearing glasses, or piggy banks that are like unicorn pigs. And then we also made some other animals like hedgehogs and ducks and stuff like that. Hey. But I do own chickens. I own chickens. I don't like ducks as much as chickens. I think they're cute, but they're this. Yes, we've also made swear pigs. Good to see you, Bump. Thanks for stopping by. You don't need to bust out 2 swear pigs because you and Vickles in chat. Yeah, well, we might have to do that. We'll have to get a swear pig tip jar in the chat. Clay's food has 5 chickens. They're more spoiled than her kids. I can imagine. They're easy to spoil. 5 bits each swear. There you go. I feel like setting that up will just encourage everyone to swear more, but I mean, I guess it's worth it in the long run. Virtual swear pig tip jar. Yeah. A chicken raid train? That'd be really funny. Clay's food. Vickles asks, what's my favorite thing to make with the most soothing? My favorite thing to make are like bottles, and so like these teapots are really fun for me to make because there's so many components that it's really fun to put them together. Anything that has multiple pieces, like even just like casseroles like this, right? So it's nothing too fancy, but it's just fun because it has so many parts. And then if you look at my website, you'll see a lot of bottles. So the closed form, pieces like this are going to be, they're a little difficult to throw, but I really like kind of pushing the skills to do that. And then my favorite thing to make, the most soothing thing to make, are thrown pieces where I make a whole bottle or vase, and then I go in and I just start sculpting it or carving into it and really push it and take it, where you can just spend hours working on it and creating a surface that doesn't look like the piece that you started with. I do like the chicken rage stream cat. That's really funny. Did I paint the yellow mug that looks like it has blue flowers on it? My wife, Sarah, painted the flower mugs. Unless it was my daughter Emma's piece. I don't know which one it is. What even is casserole? Yeah. We work together really well. So I don't even glaze a lot of the work for wholesale. So when we get big orders, I'll sit down and I make. Yeah, that would be hilarious. I'll sit down and I'll make 50, 60 mugs, and then Sarah helps. She'll do the handles or whatever needs to be done, and then a lot of the times she does most of the glazing and finishing work. Yeah, I've got a daughter, Imogene. She's just about to turn 8 in a little while. Oh, congratulations on the twins due in July. That's excellent. Awesome. It is a family business. Yeah, my daughter makes clay too. She mostly makes pots for her Barbies though. She makes like things that they don't sell. I don't know, like little toothpaste containers and sinks and toilets and all sorts of stuff. It's really funny. Oh yeah, I make a lot of human sculpture mugs. Yep. I think I have. I've got one as a tool cup right here. So this is just a general one. I try to make them a little bit more realistic than some of the like gaudy ones. I'm really just trying to capture the human form on a lot of them. It kind of started as an accident, and I was making these pieces that had like waves in them. I was doing this decoration technique, and I'm sitting there in the studio finishing these mugs, and it takes me forever to like sculpt these pieces, and then yeah, the ones you've seen are not realistic. So it takes me forever. I'm sitting there sculpting these pieces, and then my wife walks in and she's like, you just sculpted boobs on that mug, right? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then she walked away and I couldn't unsee it. And I was like, oh my God. So then I had to figure out how I could do it intentionally. And then through the process of figuring out how to do it, I kind of moved away from the accidental technique, and now I have a more direct technique to make some of the newer ones. Oh yeah, she's gonna have lots of cool skills when she grows up, for sure. In love with the bee mugs. Yeah, the bee logo. Sarah carved it out, and Emma actually helped her carve that one. You know, that's like, it's really true, because like my daughter, she doesn't break things like a lot of people would. Yeah. I have other people who bring their kids over and they're like, oh my god, there's so much dangerous stuff around. I'm like, I don't see it that way. Kid's fine with all this stuff. What are you talking about? So what, I let her use a ceramic plate and mug all the time. She's been doing that since she was 2. I think she's only ever accidentally broke ceramic mugs, seriously, or like any of the dishes that she's had. I mean, she's had ceramic plates in her high chair, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. It's fine. If you let them do it, they're not gonna. I mean, if you gave me a cup that I could fill with water and then bounce it across the floor and it was fine, I would just throw my mug on the floor all the time, because that's cool. Oh no. You have people, family and relatives come over and break Polly's pots all the time. Yeah, stop touching. So, craft kids, right? So I think the most common thing that happens with me is I'll be at a show or at a place, or even selling my own work, and I'm drinking a cup of coffee, and then someone comes over, picks up my cup of coffee and just flips it over and pours my whole cup of coffee all over my table. And instead of staying and looking, they just get so dang embarrassed that they walk away. And I'm like, come on, you can at least stay and continue looking at the pots instead of just walking away. I do accept commissions, Vickles, for coffee mugs, and yeah, just send me a DM or an email. Anything's fine. You can also find me on all the social media stuff. I don't know what the obsession is with picking pieces up and flipping them directly over, but God, it happens all the time. I guess they just want to see that it's signed or something. I don't think there's a direct contact form on the website at the moment, but you can always send me an email at amusestudios@hotmail.com or DM me. We can work something out for sure. I took my contact form off my website because for some reason the world has decided that getting junk phone calls, like now you get all those phone calls from people about your car insurance lapsing or all that stuff. Well, someone started using my contact form on my website as like sending me junk mail through my contact form, and I just got insanely just irritated with it, so I just deleted the contact form for a little while, but I have to get that back up. Kat says she ran over to a woman as she was tipping my coffee and scared the crap out of her. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, please don't destroy my coffee. Don't destroy my coffee. I just want... It's like, you know how hard a coffee is to come by when you're out in the middle of a field underneath a tent? Please don't spill it. I need that to get through my day. Hide the coffee. Yeah, I built, so my tent, like my booth for my setup, we had to build a checkout stand, and I just put extra shelves underneath where I can hide my coffee now. Have I ever made a gray glaze? Does that translate well into pottery? So there are chemicals called mason stains, and the mason stains come in all different colors. It's like you can basically get any color of the rainbow, and we have done gray before. Yep. And then Kat says, I think sometimes they go for that mug in the booth that doesn't match. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like it's the one, pinch black and white please. Yeah, it's the one piece that like doesn't match everything. Everyone's attracted to it, and then yeah, actually, well, that was one of the things I had to do was I had to start always taking a mug that didn't match all the rest of the work, so if I accidentally put my cup down on the shelf, I could find it, because I'll lose my coffee mug in the tent. I have a shelf full of 50 mugs, and then the next thing you know, you've lost your coffee in it. It's yeah. With Polly, each time they pick up the piece, they say, "This is so beautiful." Crack. Yeah. Oh, Vickles, thanks. You know, I am proud of the work that I've made. I feel like I've definitely done a lot of the things I wanted to do, but there's still a lot more that I want to do. I'm definitely proud of it, for sure. Oh, thanks, Kat. It was good to see you. Thanks for stopping by the stream tonight. Hope you have a great evening and a good dinner. Oh, I'm sure they feel awful every time they break a pot. I mean, that's like, it's kind of heartbreaking to have someone else break your work, but I've gotten to the point where I make so many pots that it's just, I don't feel the same way about each piece that I used to. You know, there's a thing I say, which is basically the piece isn't finished until someone's bought it, and it's out of my care. Because they can break at any point in time throughout the process. Even I've had whole kiln loads of work be destroyed. I've unloaded the kiln and been walking away from the kiln with a box of just finished pots and had that entire box fall out of my hands and it break. And you just have to find that point where you care about what you're doing, but you're not so attached to each piece that it's like your heart breaks every time something bad happens. It's like finding that fine line between those things. So Vickle says, "Listen, the horsehair stuff is neat. Looks like it belongs in a museum." The horsehair stuff is really fun. It's like basically it's a process where you're just finishing you finish the piece. So I would make a bottle like this one here. And then I'd polish the surface so that it was smooth and shiny. And then you use so after it's polished, you use a slip. It's called Terra Sigillata, and it makes it even shinier and brighter. And then you fire it. Hey, thanks for the follow, Cozy T. Really appreciate it. And then you fire it, and then it comes out of the kiln shiny like that. And then what I do is I fire it off in a kiln. It's a gas kiln. You fire it it's like a barrel, essentially. And I fire it with propane, and then I take horsehair. The piece comes out of the kiln at the horsehair pieces come out around 1500 degrees, and then I drape hair and feathers over them to burn the carbon into the clay body. So it's like it's like you're painting with smoke, basically. So it's a very unique, fun process. Do I have a favorite artist or potter? Yeah, there's a lot of artists and potters that I like. As far as pottery, um, Stephen Hill is a really good artist that I like. Let's see, who else? Tom Coleman has some really nice work. There's so many people. It's really hard to like pin down very specific potters. Shoji Hamada is really neat. Some of these guys have Shoji is like gone, unfortunately. You know, there's a lot of potters that have influenced me over the years. You can go through tons of books and just find any neat. Yeah, Stephen Hill has really neat glazing for sure. I actually know Stephen Hill. I took a workshop with him. It's been almost 8 years ago, and when I was working with him at the workshop, the second day of the workshop, it was a 3-day workshop. The second day, he asked me to come back. He was teaching 2 workshops back to back. He asked me to come help him facilitate the next workshop. So I actually came and helped him teach the second round of the workshop. And then later that year, I went to a conference, a pottery conference, and he was one of the main presenters. So I was able to see him again during that. So we spent some more time together during the conference, which was really nice. But he's a really good guy. Alex asked me if I knew that art was what I wanted to pursue. Yes. Even when I was a little kid, I had 3 things I wanted to be. Right? I was like, I want to be an artist, an archaeologist, right, or musician, right? And so, and the musician and stuff is always kind of the same thing, but an artist. But that's kind of why I take and I make. Pieces. If you look at the Sager work that I make, it's kind of like I've taken the art form and made it look like it's ancient, like it could have been withered away out in the world and then dug up, found 100 years later. But I always wanted to be an artist, and so luckily I was able to kind of pursue that. So I knew I wanted to do it. Alright, I'm going to trim the bottom of this one. I didn't know I wanted to be a potter though. Feather in the horsehair is stunning. Yeah, thanks. Because of the way that it's made, you can kind of use the feathers like a brush almost. And so, I mean, you can just place them on the piece and burn the imprint of the feather, which I think is really nice too. But you can also use it like a brush around the pot. So you'll see some of the pieces have almost brushwork that looks like it's going around, and that's where I've used the feather on them. I'm pretty sure that a lot of my work will get uncovered deep in the future. Actually, one of the things I wanted to do for a while was throw my pots in the ocean. So I talked to a deep sea diving instructor, and I was going to try to work out a way that I could get my pieces put down deep in the ocean, and then later on, like a few years later, after it's had a chance to get some like barnacles or any sea life kind of grown on it, to have them go back down and fish it out for me, because they would know where the location was, so that I could have these pieces that look like they had been, lost under sea for a long time. Yeah, it was, yeah, right. I know, it's a really cool idea, right? So I actually made some pieces. So I really like making the amphora, like the Greek pots with the 2 handles and the bottleneck, and it comes down to a point. So I don't know if you know about amphora, but the amphora is a shipping container. So the Greeks would line the 2 handles were so that ropes could go through under the hull of the boat on the ship, and so the pots were filled with whatever seed, grain, and then the ropes went through the handles, and then they had pointed bottoms so that when they got to where they were the port, they could just stick them in the sand, right? So I really liked the shape of it, and so I was making these amphora, and that's like really what I wanted to take and kind of throw down in the ocean and make these really cool, you know, these oceanic shipping containers, and then throw them in the ocean and grow like barnacles on them and stuff. So that was like, I just never really got it worked out. And I was also worried about like accidentally growing coral and then pulling coral out of the ocean would be like a bad idea. But it would be kind of cool to just make the pieces and then just leave them and be like, all right, well, if someone ever finds it, then there you go. Yeah, right. I think I'm the real Shakespeare. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they could probably carbon date the pot. Yeah, they could get pictures if they grew coral. Yeah, rather than pulling them out. It would be more like a underwater installation. You think I should do it? Yeah. I need to get back in touch with some people in that case. I think I don't know how the diving community is doing during the pandemic, but I'm sure, you know, you can socially distance in the ocean, right? Well, see, that's the thing. I don't regret. I would regret it if I was on my deathbed, but I feel like I do still have time to do it. So, yeah, I'm sure they figured it out by now for sure. It's still something that I want to do. So it's kind of like, it's just a matter of time, really. And I guess with an outlet like this, I'm eventually gonna find somebody who can help me throw pots in the ocean, right? Sculpted by me, Einstein's physics professor. So Alex trying to figure out ways that I can plant fake relics that say that I was responsible for most of the knowledge of the modern era. Oh, why would you remove the barnacles? Oh my gosh. Throw pots in the ocean, that's right. There's a bunch of rivers and stuff that I could go out here, and I could probably figure out some places to just grow barnacles, but it's kind of like it's like, what's it called, geocaching, right? Except without, you're just like randomly dropping a piece of art in the world, hoping someone stumbles upon it. Hey Trigger, thanks for joining us tonight. I will be in textbooks. I may well eventually be in textbooks anyway, so we'll see. The man who discovered the cure for cancer, which was ultimately destroyed by leading medical teams due to financial conflict. That seems about how it probably would go down, right? It's too real. It's too real, Alec. So Trigger, my favorite objects to make are sculptures, sculptural forms, bottles, closed forms, any object that requires a lot more attention and time put into it afterwards. And Vickles, if you want to order a piece and you want to know what information I need for the commission, then basically I just kind of I want to know if there's anything specific you want, what colors you want, and what kind of freedoms you want me to kind of to have. So if you want a specific shape, you can choose from the shapes that I already make. So you can just kind of look through the archive of work that you've already been looking through, and you could just say, well, I really like this piece, could you make me something like it? Or you can say, you know, this is the idea I have and this is what the function of it should be. So so that I know like what I can work towards. So typically I make pieces based on their function. Yeah, it's pretty low key and easy. I don't require much. So if there's something you want it to do, like fit under a Keurig, or you know, if it needs to fit in your cup holder in your car, stuff like that matters because it requires me to make a specific size pot and like how much liquid you might want it to hold, or if you want it to have a specific design or something like that. Hey, so even though Alec is a really dope name and I wish I had it, my name is Alexi, like Lexi. So Alex or Alec is easiest, and that's fine too. Sure. All right, Alexi, no problem. Sorry about that. With Twitch names, I always kind of pick the very first part that I see and then I just go with it. No, Lexi is a perfectly normal name in Russian for sure. And I don't know, I see the Twitch names and I just ignore the last half of them for some reason. Well, I'm glad you're still using your wedding mugs. Vicky verbally harasses you. You might be able to share on social media somehow, like tag me. Can we all post photos of amused pottery in the Discord? Yeah, for sure. If you have a shared Discord, I need to get the. I set up the Amuse Studios Discord, but I haven't gotten the invites together for it, so or posted the link for it. I need to do that for sure. But that would be the way to go. Yeah, in my Discord for sure. Yeah, I just haven't sent the link out. I guess if you, I don't know if you can send a link, Dizzy, because you're in the Discord currently. But I don't know if you're, I don't think I modded you or anything. Trigger, we're going to try to set up the, I have a Discord, and we'll try to set it up so that people can get in there and share pictures. Nice, thanks. Yeah, if you want to join that Discord, get in there. I haven't set up all the different pages, but if you just want to go to the general chat and post whatever pictures you want for now, that'd be cool. So you're a salve? Got it. It's like a hand balm. That's how I keep. that's how I keep my hands moisturized after I get done working with clay. Alexi, stop bullying. We don't need crying emotes. Alexi doesn't seem like a bully. It's out of love. Yeah. That's good maths. Bowlers. It's good maths, very good maths. All right, let's see where we're at. Nice. So here's this pot so far. Update on my cheese powder. Double down on it and I'm extra cheesy on my Mac. Nice. Perfect. That's the way we like it. Extra cheesy. You gotta triple down and seriously start selling the Amazon powdered cheese for yourself. You just have to be careful not to dip into your own supply. You gotta sell it. Mustard powder. Baka powder. Yep. You have to get your own labels printed and everything. You're going to the source now. Now you're you're like, I want it from the factory with my own labels. I like it. Dizzy, thanks for getting that Discord link up in chat, by the way. Love vinegar. The sourness keeps us warm in the harsh winters. You have to do what you gotta do. Harsh winters are no joke. Thank you for the follow, Soul Trek Oracle. hardest part of the pot to carve. I don't particularly think that anything is harder than another. It's really just about how delicate the work is. So the smaller the piece, the more delicate it is, and then any slip of the hand can make it fall apart or break. So you just have to be careful. And so with anything, it involves having a steady hand. But there's no one thing that's much harder than another. I guess when it comes to just in general, the most important thing is to have a good idea of how thick the clay that you're trimming actually is, so that you don't trim through it, because it's very easy to get heavy-handed and just push right through and puncture the clay. And then you said, Vickle says, are there different types of clay to work with? Are there different brands? So, yes, there are different types of clay. There's actually primarily 3 different types of clay that you're going to use or come across. One of them is earthenware, and the broadest example of earthenware is like a terracotta, so your terracotta pots. And then stoneware, which is actually what I'm using, is your most durable functional ware. And then porcelain is the other one. So porcelain has a unique quality in itself, where if it's made really thin and fired, it can be translucent, so you can actually see light through it if it's thin enough. So it really kind of is bridging the gap between glass and ceramics. Anything, once clay is fired, it's technically ceramic, and glass is ceramic, so they go hand in hand. It's all the same stuff. I mean, there's silica in here, and we're using glass formers. As far as brands go, the different clay companies, so there's natural clay that you can just dig up, and that's fine, but most people don't buy that sort of clay. You would find it and get it yourself if you wanted to. So the companies that sell clay, they pretty much have local resources, so they'll be near a mine so that they can get the chemicals cheap, and then they mix it up like a powder. You take the different powders and you mix them together. It's a lot like baking, so it's kind of like you're just baking up a clay body. And so there's different ingredients that make clays do different things, from ground to table. Yes, exactly. Pottery can get very, very deep. So, I mean, you can go from everything from just how to make the work and what skills people do to make the work, to how you make the clay, how you make the glazes, what's the chemistry, how's it fired off. There's experimentation to be done across the board. Powder, you say? Yes, lots of powder. The thing about the chemicals that we use for pottery is that they're not really mined for potters. Our subsection of the economy is not large enough to handle anything like that. So a lot of the chemicals we use are actually mined for like Crayola and different things like that. Yeah, sourcing your own clay is a lot of work, and it's no fun. I mean, it can be fun if you're getting good results out of it, or if it's what you're going for in your work. Yeah. Hey, you're back, Ritual. Thanks for coming back. Hopefully the cats are doing well. If someone can post a link to the Discord again in chat, I'd appreciate it. Used to find natural white clay at your grandmother's cottage in the Northeast River, but I never had the opportunity to fire it. Yeah, so thank you, Vickles. Yeah, so the thing about clay you find is that you can use it, but you have to do a lot of testing to figure out what temperature it fires to. So there's different melting points for the different types of clay that you have. And so if you fire it too high, it'll literally turn into a puddle of glass in the kiln. And so you can't just fire every clay to the whatever normal. Thank you. Whatever normal firing temperature you might think you want to go to. So the idea is that we have different melting points in the kiln that we're going to fire our clay to. So with this work that I'm making right now, it fires to about 2,232 degrees Fahrenheit, which is what we call cone 6. So all of my kilns fire up to that temperature, and that's when I'm making my glazes glass, when I'm vitrifying the clay, making it glass-like. And then if your clay body that you're digging is like a terracotta, which actually vitrifies at a lower temperature, if you fire it up that high, it's going to turn into a little puddle. So yeah, the thing is, it's just all about testing. I know if I got a casserole dish, it's obviously oven safe. Is the dishware safe? Think of a reason why it wouldn't be. All right, so that's a good question. So the casserole is not technically oven safe. So you can't use it like you would like a Pyrex dish. I actually make them the size that they are so that they can go in the microwave. But you can heat it up with the oven, and that helps, but you can't just throw it in like a hot oven. And then, but all of my wares are dishwasher and microwave safe. And then, firing sounds very complicated. Did ceramics in high school and in college. SU mostly was interested in hand techniques, slab techniques. Actually, will you DM me the link at this point? Yeah, so the firing's really just about, you have to match your melting points. So your glazes have to match the melting point of the clay. So it's just about figuring out what the balance is between your clay body and your glazes that you're going to be using. So if you have a cone 10 glaze, which is fired to 2,350 degrees Fahrenheit, you need to make sure your glazes mature at that temperature, or else everything kind of is thrown off balance and the pieces won't look good or be finished properly. It's not that the oven is more dangerous than the microwave. It's that the clay body that I'm using isn't made to withstand the thermal shock of being taken from a cold temperature or room temperature and then thrown right into a 400 degree oven. And so, whereas if you put something in the microwave, it's like heating the food up from the inside, slowly warming. And then if you put it in and you preheat it and you warm it up with the oven. So I can't technically say that my pieces are oven safe, because if someone wanted to use it without thinking, I shouldn't just do this. You tell someone it's oven safe, they're just gonna just throw it in the oven and think, oh, that's cool. But you know, I can't say that because someone's gonna do something stupid. So I can't be like, oh yeah, it's oven safe, do whatever you want. No, you have to be cautious about it and think about it and not just throw it in the oven willy-nilly. So yeah, worst case scenario, from the fridge to a hot oven. Exactly. Stuff like that, where you've had, like, say, something that you want to warm up, but instead of letting it warm up with the oven, you would just throw it in there and it would shatter all over the oven. Exactly. And then make a big mess. Yep. Yeah, it would shatter. It wouldn't like necessarily explode, but it could crack, and then all the food would be everywhere, and then you might have multiple cracks. Freezer to oven. Yeah, came up with worst scenario. How about we take liquid nitrogen fill the casserole dish with liquid nitrogen and then throw it into the 2,350 degree kiln. Worst case scenario. Actually, brings up a funny story, but a friend of mine told me this story about a college professor that he had who created a black hole. Let's not do any of those things. Yeah. So a friend of mine was telling me about this guy who was firing a kiln. And so when you're firing a kiln, you're hanging out outside. You might have to like feed wood into it, or like I was talking about that soda firing earlier, you put different chemicals in the kiln. Well, anyway, you're sitting around the kiln, you're just having a good time. Sometimes you could, be drinking a couple beers or having some food like a barbecue or something. So this guy decided it was going to be a good idea. So we have these holes in the kiln. They're called peepholes. So you pull a brick out so you can look inside and see how the firing's going. And he decided he was going to cook a hot dog inside the peephole, and the damn thing exploded and hot grease went everywhere. So yeah, it wasn't really a great idea to stick a hot dog in a 2,000 degree fire. Apparently they explode. Yeah, exactly. You gotta be careful how you heat things up. Freedom units. I know, Alexi. I'm sorry, but. Oh man. Hold on. Freedom units. Someone else could do this math for you. You could do this math for you. I'm sure you have a phone. All right, we're talking 1,093 degrees Celsius. Yeah, there you go. I haven't memorized. Like that's kind of the worst thing is I live here. I know that the metric system is so much better, and but all I know is freedom units. So I'm sorry. It's how I have to communicate with people on the regular basis, even though it's like most of the rest of the world doesn't use that system. Metric system. Solar powered kiln. I don't think a solar powered kiln would work. Batteries just aren't strong enough to create the heat in the elements like that. But I guess if there was something that I would want, it would be to be able to automate my kiln firings. So there's systems that you can put on your kilns that allow you to basically check the temperature of the firing from your cell phone through an app. But it costs a lot of money to hook those controllers up to your kiln. But those things are pretty cool. I mean, I would love to have a big walk-in kiln. How much money? I have no idea. I haven't looked them up in a long time. But to have a large gas or walk-in kiln would also be really cool. Anything to kind of make it so I could fire bigger pieces easily. or I don't have a gas firing kiln besides the raku kilns in my personal setup. Yeah, I don't want to walk into my walk-in kiln at 2,000 freedom units. The kilns are pretty good at. I mean, I would never do that. Hopefully, no one would open one when they're that hot. Yeah, I would shatter. It's I put it into perspective. Like, room temperature to a 2,000 degree kiln is like throwing an ice cube into a volcano. You know, it's like. Yeah, we should turn the kiln in the backyard into a soda kiln. That would be cool. Oh, poor ice cube. Yeah. Right now I'm streaming every Wednesday and Thursday from 6 to 9. Don't toss him into a volcano. He has impeccable flow. Yeah, right now, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 to 9, and then hopefully in the future we'll be able to see how adding another day will go. Or if my schedule needs to change, but planning on Wednesday, Thursday, 6 to 9 for now. That's Eastern Standard Time, depending on wherever you're at. Thank you, Squidward. GMT 10 gang. What time is it GMT 10 currently? It's 8 p.m. freedom units at the moment. 11 a.m. Nice. Well, good morning. If you enjoy coffee, hope you had some nice coffee this morning. Don't let anyone flip your mug upside down. It sounds odd, but it happens. It brags about being in the future. He is. He's in the future. I should catch up. So far, I haven't seen that. Oh, thank you so much, Pickles. I really appreciate it. You know, this has been something I've wanted to do for a really long time, and I'm really glad that I started it. And everyone has been really cool so far. It's a really nice community, and I've been having a good time kind of sharing and getting to know everyone. So thanks, Squidward. Yeah, I was trying to find some calming music to go with everything. Imagine thinking I'm cool. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like the setup. It took a long time to get everything in the right place, but last week it was definitely pretty choppy, and then this week I stepped it up a notch. Thank you. Yeah, so the lid I'm still trying to trim up. It's still a little wide for this piece, so it's almost fitting in there. Yeah, I started out crafting shows my grandma used to watch, but in real time with pre-made jump cuts, right? Yeah. This is the Bob Ross stream of pottery. Yeah, and you get to interact with Bob Ross. All right, so I don't really want to compare myself to Bob Ross, but I do like to see the happy little pots come to life here. I do like to share tips and tricks as well, for sure. I do have wild animals, yes. I mean, I think the chickens are fairly domesticated at this point. Domestic farm animals. I don't have pocket squirrels though. Oh, thank you. Oh, I can't get it to go up too high, so I have to let it grow out this way. It's just like the inverted version of it. It's the raccoons that are terrifying. Well, I try not to encourage the wild raccoons to come up to the house too much, but I think it's the possums that are terrifying. They're the ones that sneak up on me and they're hanging out, being all weird. Alright, let's see if this fits. Just about. Oh, you can just, Lexi, you can call me Robbie or Rob. It's not hidden information. Yeah, I'm gonna apply for affiliate. Rob Ross, there you go, right? I'm actually really close to affiliate. I have 50 followers, and all I have to do is stream for a couple more days. I've kept up my average, so that I should be able to be an affiliate by next week, hopefully. Yeah. I'll definitely let everyone know when you can sub, for sure. I'm looking forward to it. There's still a lot that I don't know about the whole thing yet, but I'm just figuring it out as I go, so. Yeah, get your stream on, Alexi. What do you normally stream? Oh, I will do, Vickles. Thank you so much. Yeah, I need a lot of help setting stuff up because it's something that I'm still getting used to. You stream Sudoku. Very exciting content. I like how those two comments came in back to back. Dragonfly says, speaking of raccoons, there's a great kids book called Possum Kamanakan. Fun book. Sudoku's cool. Puzzles are fun. Nothing wrong with being a nerd. The most thrilling Twitch content is finding the numbers. Yeah. I think it's just about whether or not you're having a good time doing it, right? At least I would hope so. He makes up weird rules. Alright. I'm gonna keep working on this lid a little bit. It's not fitting quite the way I would like it to. Sudokus with extra rules that make it more fun, like consecutive digits can't touch each other. Interesting. Yeah, I like the stipulations. That's pretty cool. Getting back into crosswords lately. I haven't done a crossword puzzle in a very long time. It's probably because I don't have a newspaper anymore, but I used to do the one in the paper. You don't like freedom puzzles? Makes crosswords better. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I actually, I should look at an app. Love the newspaper. I don't know why I didn't think of that. There's an app for everything, isn't there? Just about. Reading the temperature of your kiln, finding your underwater pots. Different levels of challenges. Play with one that tells you if your letters are wrong or right. Nice. Because it drives me crazy to think that I got something right in the whole puzzle and one letter is wrong somewhere. Yeah, that's a really nice feature. That that would solve a lot of madness, I think. Versus a real puzzle. Get all the way to the end and then you realize one letter's wrong. Yeah. We don't need no stinking pencils. Oh, that fits much better. Now I'm just trying to form fit the lid to the pot. Kind of bring it a little bit closer to the same angle coming up from the bottom. Keep the proportions in line. I make a lot of my own tools. Alexi appreciates the precision. Well, thanks. I do like to make my own tools. There's like a beginner's kit of tools, and in that kit of tools, there's just some that you can't really get by without having. One specifically is just kind of this wooden knife tool, and I've always had one in my toolkit. And then the ones that have these like pieces of, you can hardly see it, but there's a piece of metal, like a needle in this one. And so there are some that you just kind of always have in a studio that make it really nice. And then some of these loop tools, these aren't made by me, but these are from a factory. I think Kemper is the name of the, Kemper tools. So some of them are just not as easy to make, but they're not difficult to make. So a lot of the ones I do make are either things that I want specifically for a special purpose that I just haven't seen anywhere else, and so I'll make those. And if there's a piece like something that I need made out of clay, so it's real nice. You can make tools out of clay themselves. I use them for like grinding, and they don't really make grinding stones that you can buy, so I always just make my own. I've never really even seen anyone selling them, but it's nice like to finish your pots up after they've been firing. You can make ceramic grinding tools, so like some of them to like get inside handles, like if you have a little burr or something underneath the handle that you need to get out before it's glazed, you can take the grinding tool in there and get that out. So yeah, I make a lot of tools out of clay and wood, but there's some that are just like so universal that are in almost every studio that there's no point in making them because they're pretty cheap, and buying it is easier and more affordable than making it yourself. Yeah, whittling is very nice. I think whittling is one of those crafts where it's just so relaxing to kind of sit down and just kind of peel away at the wood, that I really like it for that. There's also, I'll show you another tool I made. Maybe not. Anyway, it's lost somewhere in my madness at the moment. But it's a tool for when you make colanders and you want to pick out the pattern for the holes. So it's just a piece of wood that I drilled a bunch of screws in a very specific pattern so that I can press it into the clay and then get that exact pattern of holes that I want to cut out. So I'll have it for the next stream. A lot of potters will hand make their own tools. So this form is just about ready. check. The pieces I made yesterday are still a little wet. Maybe I can work on it. 2,000 degrees. So I have the spouts ready for these, but I think I'm gonna try to do a little sculpting on this one before it dries up too much. So I threw this one last night, so it's a lot wetter than the ones that I had just now. And while it's still attached to the wheel, hey Mountain Mama, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. So I'm going to put some designs in this that I can go back over a little later. And so I'm just going to start with this wooden dowel rod that's on the end of the tool that I showed you earlier. I'm just going to start to kind of press into this clay a little bit. And see what I can. Something like that. So see, there's a line starting to move through the clay now. Mamma mia! So just starting to put some texture into this form. Then I can go through and I can start refining or creating a little bit more depth in those lines. So this is another teapot, right? So what'll end up happening is I'll have another lid that can go in here that I can trim up like I did earlier, but this one is just gonna have a lot more texture and flow to it than the last couple that were very straight and kind of proper teapots. Makes it a little more fun. Kind of really highlights the medium itself, shows how the clay is very fluid and movable. And then when it's fired, you have this hard, solid piece, but it has all of this flowing movement. So that's kind of the idea. So you can see it's starting to get new PC building stream will have to wait until I get the parts in. I haven't ordered them yet, but yeah, I need to get my I need to get my PC up to a little bit higher standard. I think it's barely handling pushing what I've got going through it right now. So. I'm like very timid to ever open another window or do anything while I'm streaming, just so it doesn't accidentally shut down. So yeah, so you see I'm getting this like pillowy texture put into this piece. Just kind of going with the flow of the piece. You can keep real life hornets inside. Yes. It's your personal hornet teapot. I mean, I've made surprise hornets. Yeah, I've made like little honey jars that like have that kind of look, except more of the like beehive shape. So yeah, like with the little bee stamps and the bee shape, and then the lid, and then I use this nice amber color so it looks like honey. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can do, kind of play with the designs. It's a delicate touch, my friend, a delicate touch. One day you will find that person, yes. Alright, so when this one's a bit drier, like the ones I did today, then I can go back and trim up the bottom like I did, and then I can use it to trim up the top. But I'm going to let this one stay like this for now and start to dry out. That little wrinkly bottom, yeah. So that part I would like to, this part right in here, I would like to clean that up a little bit. It's kind of like the clay is clumped up on it. It has a unique look, but it doesn't match the pillowiness of the bottom, the rest of the pot. So this piece I threw yesterday. How strong? Vickles asked how strong the seal on the plate and how do I get it off. So that's an interesting question. So basically, this is a system. These are called bats. So I can replace them and I can throw a new piece on. So the seal is literally just the clay where I've thrown the pot onto the bat. I guess you weren't I don't know if you've seen pottery being thrown. I'll just show you real quick, like a cylinder. No, I won't use Pam. So, when you're throwing, you put the clay on the wheel, and then you press and use water. Hello! And so as I'm pressing, it seals itself to the bat, right? And so from this point on, it's not coming off. So there we go. So it stays stuck on there until I want to get it off, and then when I want to get it off, I use a wire tool. So it's a lot like a cheese cutter, and then you just run it underneath. And then you can take the piece off like so. Hello! Hey Silky Whip, thanks so much for joining. Yeah, tell John I said hello too. Appreciate you stopping by. Pottery spinning always looks so satisfying. Yeah, it is. I've stuck with it for 15 years because it's so satisfying. So here, I'll go ahead and finish throwing the piece. You were wondering how I could tip it over and it didn't fall off. Yeah, it's kind of the hydrostatic pressure, or it's where the clay has been pressed and then it's stuck with water. Thank you so much for the follow, Cluccini. All right, well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the follow. Catch you again on another time. So this first part is called centering, where I'm just trying to get the clay into the middle of the wheel. So there's no, so I'll show you, that's off-centered, so it looks like it's vibrating or wobbling, right? And so I'm just trying to stabilize it and have it sit so it feels like it's sitting still in the middle of the wheel. And then I'm going to find the center of the ball of clay, press down inside, open it up, and start to create this inner space here. Compress the clay on the inside. And then I'm going to move this clay up the wall. So I'm just trying to raise move all this excess clay. So So I'm creating compression, moving that clay. It's got to go somewhere, so I'm forcing it to go up, which makes the walls thin out, makes the cylinder taller. Heaviest thing I've made. I've made some pieces that were about 75 pounds. Where I've thrown. You have to throw it in sections. So I'll do like a yeah, Big Mama, right? No, I've never wanted to lick my fingers. So you have to throw the piece in sections. So I'll throw, maybe a 10, 15 pound piece and then make another 10 pound piece, and then you keep going. But yeah, I've made a piece upwards of 75 pounds. I worked at a college for a very long time, and there's lots of chemicals and materials that start to look like ice cream or whipped cream or all sorts of stuff that, just instinctively I would tell the college students not to eat. Not that you would want to or that it smells appetizing. You say chemicals, I hear flavors. Well, in the modern era of food, it's not too far off, right? From mind to table. Yeah, I feel like when I go to the grocery store, I'm just like searching for the food that doesn't have poison in it. That's the real challenge of the grocery store in America. So once you've thrown your cylinder, then the next thing is just to shape it. No ghosting in this community, Vickles. Sorry. No ghosting. I made that abundantly clear at the beginning of the stream. So, no ghosting, exactly. Thank you. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Community. But they had one of the episodes is called Pottery 101, and the pottery teacher had a sign in the studio. Yeah, yeah, had a sign in the studio that said no ghosting, and that was like a very blatant rule. And because so many people come up to me and ask me about the ghost scene, and like because my wife and I do the pottery, right? So we're there and we're like, oh, we both make the pottery, and they're like, oh, you probably do the whole thing from Ghost, right? And so it's like endless. So I had enough of it, so I have purely adopted the no ghosting. Yeah, it also keeps the regular ghosts out of the studio too. The pottery scene in Ghost actually drives me crazy because they're not, it's like all they do is ruin the clay. Like she's working on this piece and this guy comes up behind her and then they just destroys the thing she's working on. So that kind of makes me a little upset too. No paranormal pottery, exactly. The truth is out there. They make a mess. Yeah, they do make a mess. Alright, so that's kind of the basics of a cylinder mug. You're right, I do need an anti-ghosting emote. That's a really good one. Yeah, that'll be the first one I go for. That's a really good idea. That's nice. Anytime someone says anything about ghost and it says no ghosting, that's a really good one. I love it. Alright, so then wire it off, and then you can just pick the piece up. Well, I don't know if I'll ban someone, but time out for 3 seconds. Alright, we'll allow a little paranormal activity in chat, but not too much. Don't go crazy. That ought to teach them. Enjoy your 3 seconds. It takes that long to type a new message. Phasmophobia. So this piece, I made a really, really weird lid for it. Let's see how that... Oh, it's still super, super wet. I won't be able to trim it. Alright, since I can't do that right now, I'll show you the lid though. So it's this thing right here in the middle. And I was going to trim it up and make it thinner and a little more dainty and then kind of get this piece to fit down in here. So it's going to be a real weird piece. But it's not ready yet. It's still a little too wet. So I think what I'm going to do is try to put a spout on one of the other teapots I finished earlier. So we'll take, let's see. Thank you, Silky. Appreciate it. Here we go. I'm gonna go grab the spouts. Alright. So, So I made a few spouts for these pieces here. So we'll see about using some of those. And then I also got this to look at. I need this. So I threw this hollow ring of clay, and one of the things you can do for spouts is actually take a section. So I cut this out of here. Dizzy asks, how many hours do I think I've had at the wheel now? I feel like I'm thousands and thousands of hours, honestly. So I couldn't tell you, but I've been full-time for 15 years at least, so I mean, it's hard to tell. So anyway, I can keep kind of folding this up and shaping this to start to get this kind of pseudo spout out of this piece, but I can make it any shape I want and kind of have a little bit more control over it. So I'll see, I'll play with these two pieces. Got this one in the spout here. So as long as the clay goes through different stages of dryness. The teapots themselves that I was working on a little earlier were what we call leather hard. So it's like the thickness of a stiff piece of leather that you can bend, but it doesn't really want to go too far. And then there's cheese hard, like what you would imagine like a bring it back, not powdered cheese hard, but more like a cheddar cheese hard. And it can bend and twist without breaking or cracking, and you can kind of push it into different shapes. And so once it's completely dry, then we call it bone dry, and then you can't really do anything but like shave it or wipe it clean and try to like sand it down a little bit. So it just depends on how much moisture is in the clay at that point. All right, so one thing about teapots is that you want the spout. So you want the spout to come up to the lid. You want the bottom of the spout to the lid. So if it was lower, like say I had the spout down here at the bottom, then you couldn't fill the teapot all the way up. So the spout has to terminate at the top of the pot. So Silky says, totally pottery newbie, thought you burn it and then the form was just moldable to breakable. No, yeah, so the piece is not fired at all until it's completely shaped and formed. And then after you've put it together and you let it dry out, once it's completely dry, that's when you fire it. If you try to fire it with any moisture in it at all, it will explode in the kiln. Let's see. Gretchel says she made a very boxy teapot and you still have it. Yeah, I actually really like boxy teapots. I like teapots that have interesting shapes, and you can do lots of fun stuff with them. So this spout is just too big at the moment. So what I want to do is actually trim it down. So I'm going to start by cutting this piece with the wire. I'm just going to pull that wire through that clay. So I just drug that through and now I get this nice little spout part here. So now it's looking more like Looking more like a spout of the teapot. It's still a little big though, so I'm going to cut it again. So here we are, a little bit tighter. More along the lines of what we would want as far as a spout. You don't want it to be too massive. I like to have it a little bit more delicate. So if I were going to do the same thing with this piece of clay that I cut off earlier, take it, cut off the thick spot right at the base, thin that out. Definitely want a stronger slant on that. So you can kind of start to see what that might look like there. It's a little different, and I would definitely trim it up so it had a little bit more, not quite so bulky right at the top. So it might come back a little bit more. At this stage, it's kind of like you're just playing with the form. You're just trying to see what's going to look best. It's part of the reason why I make so many different pieces when it comes to this part. It's like, why would you only want to have one Lego, right? one shape Lego to build a building out of? If you have lots of different pieces, then you get more options. So I just try to give myself different options when I go to start piecing these things together, so that I have the ability to make decisions on the fly about what I like. And so I'll even start shaping, like I'm shaping these pieces to start to fit them together, and I'll shape both of them until I'm ready to pick one or fit it on there. It's really tough to make lids fit right. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I spent the whole beginning of the stream doing. Was I took these 3 different teapots and made these lids fit inside them. So it's really about the shape of the lid and figuring out the proportions. So the video yesterday on last Thursday, I made these teapots, and so I have this tool. It's called a caliper for measuring. So what I can do is, when I'm making these things, I can measure the opening, and then when I'm throwing the lid, I just make sure that it's fitting inside this area here, so that when I go to fit it in, I have a really close kind of predetermined idea, so it doesn't take as much work to make them fit together. All right, Alexi, thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you stopping by. Have a great day. Enjoy your afternoon and your lunch. ASR21, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome everyone over to the stream. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. ASR21, I hope you had a great stream. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Today we're just working on some teapots. I've got a couple lids. We did some trimming earlier. Hope everyone's having a great evening. We're just relaxing. Hey, thank you for the follow, Randy Rose. Thank you for the follow, ASR21. Appreciate it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Tamando1. Do I want tea? I know I would like another cup of tea. So So right now I'm just playing with the different shapes of this spout to try to see where I like it. Kind of a short knife. I'm going to grab a little bit longer knife here so that I can cut this at a little bit of a steeper angle. Like so. Here we go. Let's see. Nope, not quite. Awesome, love watching potters work. Thanks, ASR21, really appreciate it. Gretchel says, I do have a new loose leaf tea steeper thingy that I love. Can you fill your teapot with water and microwave it? Yes, you can. I actually have a like a electric water boiler, and I just pour boiling water straight into the teapot and let it steep in there. But you can put the teapots in the microwave, the ones I make anyway, if you want to. You should get one of those electric thingies. They work really well. I use it every day. I even make, for my coffee, I have coffee strainers. So I throw these bowls with holes, and then they have a little plate at the bottom, so it sits over the cup of the opening of the cup, and then you just put the basket, the fiber, and then you fill it with coffee and just pour your water over it. So I use it for my tea and coffee every day. Oh my gosh, cat paralysis. Tea is delayed. I'm sorry to hear that. Good luck with that. So I'm just trying to find this nice spot for the spout to fit. Just kind of reshaping it and trimming it to my liking. And again, I'm just trying to make sure that if I drew a line straight across the lid, I would want it to line up with the spout, so that if I filled this all the way up with water, it wouldn't pour out, but as soon as I start to tip it, it starts to pour. That's kind of the best place to have it. Have a great stream, sir. I have to raid and run. Look forward to catching a full stream. Thanks so much, ASR21. I really appreciate the raid. Have a good evening. Hope you had a great stream. Catch you next time. They reused it in my class at SU, but maybe they used a machine to reconstitute it. I may have missed. I may have missed a part of that, Gretcho, but oh, okay, sorry. Here's the comment. Mountain Mama asked, "What do you do with the clay that you cut off? Can it be reused?" Yeah, so that is all of the clay that gets cut off can be recycled. So even all these trimmings, like I have all this stuff that I trimmed off these pots from earlier, all of that gets dried out. And so I'll take a ceramic bowl, take a ceramic bowl, and I'll just put all the scraps in it, let it dry out, and then as it's dried, you just add water, and then the clay reconstitutes into a slip, and then you dry that out on a plaster bat, and then as the plaster dehydrates it, you get it back to a point where you can work with it just like it was out of the bag, and then you just wedge it until it's got a good consistency like what it was originally. When I, like the mug that I threw earlier, like to that same consistency. How long does it take? Really it just takes like a week or two to dry it out, and then as you build up an amount, like a large amount, it just really depends on how much you want to recycle at a time. And so if you're doing, like, I make these plaster bats that are this, I'll grab one. So this is just a piece of plaster, and so I just make enough that I can fill like 3 or 4 of these with a mound of clay, and then so as it's sitting here, the plaster is soaking in the moisture, and then so one side's dehydrating into the plaster and the other side is dehydrating into the air, and then you'll flip it and you let it kind of dry out evenly, so then the other side's soaking into the plaster, the other side's in the air, and then you can start to wedge it right on the plaster. It doesn't stick to the plaster because the plaster's wicking the moisture away, it comes right up. And so once you have, like, 4 or 5 of those blocks filled with slip, then as it takes a little bit of time, maybe a day or so before you can wedge it up, and then you just throw it in a bag and you can reuse it. So it's really just about the time it takes to how much you want to do at a time, because it takes time to recycle. So if you time it correctly, you can get a lot of it done at once. But it's really something you kind of want to spend your day doing. If you know that's what you're doing, like you do a day of recycling, just like you would do a day of throwing pots, you would do a day of recycling clay. It's all part of the process. That's not the the nicest part of the pottery process, but recycling clay is necessary. My wife Sarah does most of the recycling. I'll do a lot of the wedging and stuff. Very educational. I'm glad I'm glad I can help you learn about the process. I mean, it's what I'm passionate about, so I like talking about it, and teaching other people is what I do almost every day. So it's fun for me to help everyone kind of start to understand what I do on a daily basis a little bit better. That's the tool I'm looking for. But yeah, they actually make machines called pug mills, and what they do is they kind of have this. Oh, here we go. Here's the question. So Wonder Hamster asks, "Do you not reclaim in a pugger?" And the answer to that is no. I do not reclaim in a pugger. I do all of my reclaim by hand. The pugger, which is the next question, what is a pugger? Asked Bickles. All these things are so timely. The answer is a pug mill is a machine that you put your clay into, and it has an auger. And the auger, it depends on the type of pug mill. So a larger pug mill will have a auger that spins backwards, so you can kind of load it with clay, and it will just spin and churn, and then you can turn it to go forward, and then it will spit the clay out the other end. It comes out like an extrusion. So an extrusion is just like those Play-Doh presses. When you put the Play-Doh in and you press it, and it comes out in a shape. Hi Polly, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. How do I not have tendonitis? I got really good at wedging. So as the when you reverse the auger so that the clay can come out the other side. Now some pug mills only go out one way, so you throw the clay in and then it just pushes it out. The idea is that they also have a vacuum system in them, so they pull air out of the clay, because you don't want to throw air pockets into your clay. It causes it to get uneven and it makes it really wacky to throw with, and can really mess up things in the kiln when you're trying to fire. So a lot of the pug mills will de-air, mix, and then extrude the clay into a usable form. So a lot of the times they look like big logs of sausage. And then the ones we get, so technically the clay we get from the factory, which is this is a 25-pound block of clay. You see it's just a square inside a plastic bag. Those come out of a gigantic extruder. So the clay factory has a big giant pug mill that shoots out those extrusions that are that big. Elephant poo size, yes. Play-Doh extruder toy. The Play-Doh Fun Factory. My grandfather invented that. That's really cool. Wow. Literally. Yeah. So that's what a pug mill is. It's a way to make, mix, de-air, extrude usable forms of clay, and a lot of people use them to recycle their clay. I personally don't use one for my studio. Nice. She says it's for real. She said it's on Wikipedia. So Gretchel in chat says that her grandfather, who was William Dale Sr., invented the Play-Doh Fun Factory and one of the other extruders. The text is gone from my chat now. And her dad play tested it. That's very cool. I use the reference of the Play-Doh extruding things like all the time when I'm trying to explain what an extrusion is. So that's really cool. So just trying to fit this spout on here. Before I attach the spout, I just want to make sure that everything's lining up real good. Again, I'm trying to draw this line across the lid to make sure that the bottom of my spout is lining up with the top of the teapot. And then once I have my placement, so I'm trying to also line it up with how I'm viewing the piece. Wonderhamster says, yeah, puggers are expensive, but cheaper than a carpet tunnel. Cheaper than surgery. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Carpal tunnel surgery. And so I'm just going to draw once I have it lined up, I'm just going to draw around the connection point. So I'm just making a line, just drawing right on the clay. So now I can see where that piece is going to get attached. I figured it out, hamster. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't make sense. What's a carpet tunnel expensive for? And I was like, and who would buy one of those? Yeah. Polly, this teapot is actually, I made some teapots thinking that I would play with them to figure out if it was going to be one of the ones I would use for the main make. But I decided I was going to go for something a little bit more sculptural after I made these. So I'm working on this. Isn't necessarily the one that I'm going to do for that challenge either. But you can see I'm kind of working on some forms that have a little bit more pillowiness to them. So this is going to be another one. I actually have the lids and spouts for this one over here, but I have another form that I want to do some carving on too. So I would basically, the next step is I would take a piece like this and then start to carve into it and give it even more texture and different stuff to it. So it's going to take a while, but I want to do that on this one. So I have this other one here. So I'll probably do that on this form. And the reason that I'm going to use this form is because I can actually get my hand inside of it to do some of the pushing out from the inside and to make sure how thick it is when I'm doing the carving, because I don't want to accidentally cut through the clay. So that's why I'm going to kind of make this one the final project for the teapot challenge. But you can kind of see where I'm headed with that. So Silky asks, speaking about painful limbs, do you have a proper way of doing pottery so your back doesn't hurt? Is your back the sacrifice to the pottery gods? Right? Well, sometimes it feels like that, but I have found over time different methods to manage at the wheel. So last week I was actually sitting down on the ground. So pottery wheels are only so high. They're made so that you can sit at a stool and throw at them. And this week I've actually got the wheel up on blocks. So I'm sitting on a tall stool, and you can see I can just step right off of it. And so sitting with your back a little bit more upright and then leaning in at a light angle to center the clay actually takes a lot of the stress off the lower back. And when you're hunched over, like if you're really crouched down at a wheel and you're like all the way over, bent over, and your back is like really arched and you can't really just pivot. So it's better to pivot if your back's like this, then you're going to be in pain, but if your back's like this, you're going to be okay. So really you have to find a way that you can just kind of lightly lean forward into the clay. We used to throw on a yoga ball, but we find standing and throwing on anti-fatigue mats, but that's just me and my wife. No, actually that was that's another thing to do if you can throw standing, and then you get one of those nice floor pads. So yeah, like the anti-fatigue mats, even those things that they use in kitchens for like dishwashers, like the mats that have holes in them. Some of them, they're like similar to that, but they're a little bit more supportive so that you're not like just on cement. Like my floor down here is a cement floor, so standing on it for a very long time, or tiled, it's cement that I tiled, but it's a it'll ruin your back. But your back could be a sacrifice to the pottery gods if you're not careful. All right, so now I know the point of attachment because of this mark here. So this is the outermost edge of this piece here. So I need to have connection. So I don't want to cut all the way out to the edge of that circle. I want to just cut the inside of that circle. So I'm just gonna get in here. Cut out the little hole. So now you can still see that there's the edge here where I'm going to attach. And then I'm just going to start working some water into this clay here for joining. I'm just kind of using my fingernail to kind of scratch at the surface and push some water into the clay. And then I'll do the same thing around the edge here where this attachment's going to go. just going to get this, start to press this piece into here, give it some back pressure, start to mold these two pieces together. So as I start to get this worked in, I'm also going to take this round dowel, and I'll just start kind of pressing in and rolling those pieces of clay onto each other, create some pressure as I move around that piece to really seal it together. Filling up all the little gaps. Worked in. Once they're connected, then I can go in and clean it up a bit more and shape it any way I need to. So even just running your finger along, clean up that edge, and then the sponge is really your lifesaver when it comes to cleaning up those edges. So you can see that looks like it's just a clean joint moving from one to the other. It's kind of like you're just gently massaging the clay, moving it into the area that you want it to move into, flattening out any little areas that you want it to flatten out. There we go. All right. So these spouts actually twist a little bit when because they like turn. They've been thrown on the wheel, spinning in this direction, and they'll kind of turn a little bit. So you have to kind of clean up this spout so it has an edge turning in the opposite direction a little bit. So I want it to be turned a little bit more in this direction so that it turns back this way. It's kind of tricky, but it's a little thing that happens in the kiln. And then one last thing that I'll do is actually round out this pouring rim. So I want to make this nice, and I want it to kind of hit the edge and then pour off. So it needs to be kind of thin where it meets. You don't want it to be too round. If the water is coming over a round edge, it goes over and then back under, and it'll drip down the outside of the teapot. And so I don't want this lip right here to be too round. I don't want the water to come over and then down. I want it to jet off like the edge of a waterfall, just fly off the edge. So I need it to be a little thinner. So I'm going to work on shaping that edge a little bit. So I'm just gently rubbing along this edge, thinning it out a little bit. So hopefully you can kind of see the difference. now it's actually rolling up to the lip, and then it juts back very quickly underneath here, so it shouldn't roll underneath when the water hits it. I just need to clean it up a little bit more. And then I can shape up under here. So that's the spout for the teapot. And then the lid. And with this shape, I really like the idea of an over the top handle, so where the handle jumps from this section to over here. Dragonfly made a comment earlier that I missed, making a piece for someone while they watch. Bought a palm leaf bowl years ago. That way he was going to sell me one that was already made, but I wanted one that I watched him make. Yeah. So I mean, that's always a possibility. If there's something that you wanted, you could send me a message through Twitch, DM, and let me know that that was something you wanted, and we can talk about that. All of my work is for sale. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I have a hard time seeing all the messages that come through sometimes when the chat's rolling. So handle for this, just check the inside connection real quick. Will I do any painting streams? You mean where I glaze the work? Gretchel? I was thinking about doing some, glazing. Yeah, I was thinking about doing some raku firing, like raku firings, which will be a little bit different because I'd have to be outside, but it's a really unique process. And then I could possibly do some glazing, but it's not, I could do it for educational purposes, but it's not quite as not quite as fun as like making or firing. It's kind of like you just have buckets and you're dipping pieces in. I don't really use brushes to like paint each glaze on. I kind of dip or pour. And another way that I glaze is using an air compressor and like a car painting gun. So it's very loud and it would be obnoxious on stream. Yeah, Raku stream does sound fun. I brought it up last night, and Shouting Tom thought it was a good idea, and it's something that I do a lot of, and I think it's a really fun process. So I would like to get a stream of that, firing some Raku pots. I already have a bunch of pots like literally ready to go at any point in time, so it's just about finding a good day and figuring out how I'm going to set up the stream outside. But Raku is a lot of fun. Lots of fire, lots of smoke. And it's even better when you don't have to breathe in the smoke or worry about the fire or the smells. You've done a lot of them and it's been well received. Nice. What's your setup like outside? I was thinking about doing just like a laptop with like 1 or 2 cameras or something, just something simple, or even doing it from my phone to keep it easy. You still have your raku pot you made at SU. Nice. Yeah, I did a lot of raku firings over at the college. I think still to this day, in my 15 years of making pottery, I still probably fired more pieces of other people's work than I fired of my own. We were firing at least 3 or 4 kilns with back-to-back firings. Every day we were reloading a kiln. Yeah, you did it in a metal trash can. Yeah, so you heat it up in the kiln, and then when it gets to temperature, you pull it out, and then you throw it into the trash can full of newspaper, close it up. You have USB extenders that can reach outside, so you can have our C920 set up. Nice. That's a good idea. I didn't think about the extenders for USB. I was like, how would I move all my stuff? Like, I have a really long Ethernet cable, but I really didn't want to take the computer outside. So USB extenders is a good idea. Alright, so the connection on the inside looks pretty good. I'm just gonna go in there a little bit more from this angle. Just going in with this dowel rod tool just to the inside to kind of reinforce the connections on the inside between these 2 pieces of clay. It's really hard to see in there, but you really need to make sure when you're joining 2 pieces of clay that you really get them seamless. Especially if you want water flowing over them, so you don't get any backups. You're doing a video about our setup this weekend. We overdo it, but have been fixing our setup for almost 6 years. Nice. Is this video going to be for YouTube or on Twitch, or how are you gonna show that off? I'd like to see it. Trying to be more diligent about YouTube, Twitch, and for that. Cool. Well, if you could share a link with that in a Discord or somewhere for me to find it, it'd be really cool. I'll make sure, let's see. I'll try to make sure I follow you. Is it Wonder Hamster on YouTube as well, or is it a different a name for that? Okay, cool. So I'm just getting some fresh clay here for the handle. It's Poly Studios on YouTube and everything else. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Alright, so I'm just starting to get this piece of clay worked into a nice coil that I'm going to use to pull a handle. Yeah, you definitely want to use the partner to count, right? Oh, thank you for the follow, Brooke Price Art. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining the stream this evening. We're just working on some teapots. Earlier today we trimmed this piece. We trimmed the lid so the lid fit in. I just attached the spout to this one here. And now I'm working on a handle that's going to jump from here over to the back side of this piece. It's fine, Wonder Hamster. Pretty sure if anyone wanted to say anything, they would. I think it's one of those relaxing streams where you can just kind of sit back, relax, and just kind of watch without worrying about it. Hi, Polly. Welcome back. Yeah, is there going to be a raid train this week? I didn't ask. I should have asked. I'd like to get on one. Alright, so I'm just going to even this piece of clay out, try to pull fairly large strip of clay for the handle of this piece. Oh, you're dealing with an ice storm, yeah. Crazy weather. Alright. So that's more than enough clay to get your handle put on there. So I like to start the attachments between the tightest spot here on the teapot. So I'm going to start between the spout and the lid. And I'm also going to start with the thickest side of this handle here. Kentucky gets bad once every 7 to 10 years. Looks like this year was the time, huh? Yeah, it does come in cycles like that. Hopefully it hasn't been too bad for you. I mean, ice is ice, so it's pretty bad, but hopefully no real damage to your property or vehicles or anything. West North Carolina is getting an ice storm as well. Okay, no raid train this weekend. That's fine. You closed today, didn't lose any trees. North got worse than we did. Well, that's good. It sucks that you had to close, but at least there's no damage. again, I'm going to use my dowel rod to start to blend these pieces of clay together. Got caught up on WandaVision, so it wasn't. Well, so it was all good. Nice. I need to check that show out. I've heard people talking about it. So once I get this attached like it is, I'm gonna just kind of pull it a little thinner right through the attachment, try to even it up again. Alright, and now I need to get my lid and make sure that it's fitting. Don't want to get too close. Alright, so now I can start to get an idea for how large to make this handle. And I'm going to use a sponge to create some pressure to hold that handle up for the meantime. Now I can not have to worry about supporting the handle while I get it attached back here. Just want to make sure it's lined up so the handle goes straight across over the spout and then back to the end of the pot here. Just start massaging this connection in place. Do I find that I sell a lot of teapots? I'd like to sell more. I enjoy making them immensely, but I've sold a few. Well, it's more than a few, but out of the bulk that I've made, I've sold all but the ones I've kept and given away. They don't sell fast. I end up keeping them for a while, but I also don't make a ton of them, kind of for the same reason. And I feel like if I could sell more of them, I would make more of them, which would make me happy. So. Kind of just creating this connection point on the back side of this handle here. You can see I'm just kind of, what's my favorite thing to make? Thank you for the follow, Milky Mool, appreciate it. My favorite thing to make is basically anything that has lots of components. So teapots really fit that for me. Basically, it hits all those points where I have multiple pieces that I'm putting together, and it takes a lot of time, and I get to put some thought into it and put them together. And then I also like working on sculptural pieces, and I like making bottles and closed forms that are very challenging to make on the wheel. Anything that pushes my skill set or makes me kind of have to think or take extra time to do the work and slow me down is the things that I really like to work on, where I can actually focus on the process. Because when I'm just making cylinders for mugs, I could catch up on WandaVision because I don't have to pay attention to what I'm doing when I'm throwing cylinders. It's all muscle memory. and so if the process forces me to pay attention to it, that's when I really enjoy it. The teapots take up a lot of space for you, and they sell too slowly. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. I don't make another tea set until I sell one almost. That's kind of the point where I'm at. I don't want to have too many sitting around. So unless I'm making them for myself, or if I have a reason, so like this, the pottery throwdown is a really good reason for me to make teapots. And since I enjoy it, it's like, okay, well, that's great. Now I get to make a bunch of teapots, and I enjoy making them, but they'll probably be sitting around for a couple years, for sure. Kind of just playing with the attachment, the shape of the attachment point. Amused aunt. Very nice name, very nice name. Tea seems to be gaining popularity. Surprised the teapots don't sell. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, whether or not it's just, there's a lot of preference that goes into teapots, so whether or not it's the right color, the right shape, the right size. Not every teapot's made for every person. It's a very unique form, so you have to kind of fall in love with the one you want. And it's not that I haven't sold them, it's just that they don't sell quickly. Yeah, and you can't put them on the stove, you can't heat them up on the stove, so they tend to, you can steep tea, you can steep in them. So like you can put boiling water in them and then go from there. But the pieces, you can't just boil a pot of water and have it get on there that way. So I'm trying to build a little, sorry, I'm focusing. I'm trying to build a little lift. I want to shape the handle a bit without it getting too close. And at $200, you tend to just do custom orders. Yeah, $200. I haven't ever sold a tea set for $200 because they don't sell at $200. So I mean, it's like basically I make them, I have them priced at what they should be, and then they sit around for a year, and then I mark them down, and then eventually when they're like $75, someone will buy them. I mean, I've already spent hours on this, so it's like, you know, you can see how much work goes into it to then have it sell off for less than what it's worth is kind of heartbreaking. But over a course of 2 years, you tend to forget about how much time you put into the piece, and you just kind of want it out of your studio. I need a funky shape. Oh, just hurt your soul. I'm sorry. Should really sell for more. I know. Trust me. Don't ever try to sell pottery on the eastern shore of Maryland. There we go. Alright, so I finally found a sponge that got a little bit more of the shape that I wanted. It's not quite what I want, so I'm going to keep adjusting it, but it's giving me a little bit more of the height that I want. You know, if I generate some business through streaming, then that's great, but it's not my intention to essentially make commissions, but I will if somebody wants something. $75 made my eye twitch. Yeah, trust me, I know. When I let go of a piece for that price, it's typically to someone who I really like, who I've known for a long time, who's willing to take the piece from me. But pots around here don't sell for what they should. Yep. You were hoping mug prices were old on your website too. Much competition up there. My wife doesn't give her mother a discount. Yeah. I have a friends and family discount for sure. But honestly, friends and family are the ones who tend to actually pay me full price most of the time too. So it's like give and take. There's not a lot of competition, but hopefully one day we can get to the point where there's enough people who know how much work's actually going into this stuff. I think we're getting there. And it's part of what I'm doing with educating people is getting more knowledge about how the craft works and the art of it and how much time it takes to produce pieces, especially handcrafted pieces, and go from there. I just need to sell other places. You drove to good shows to build a brand. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You raised your rates for pet sitting. Yeah. And walking. And other people are surprised. Yeah. I've been raising my prices for years slowly as people got to know me. It was just slowly increasing my prices until people stopped buying my pots. And then I have to find the balance between where I'm actually making money and selling pots. So, and it's a fine, delicate balance. But I find myself doing less and less shows, and I just keep my work in galleries and I do wholesale. And that's basically my business at this point. Shows have just never been good, and I've never traveled. I've traveled to shows, but it's always been kind of a failure, and it feels like a gamble a lot of the time. Sometimes I find that getting the handles the way you want them is just figuring out a way to place the supports underneath for a while. Because once this starts to get to leather hard, since it's just been pulled, it's real fragile and it's kind of real floppy. So once it starts to stiffen up, then I can really go in and shape it exactly to the shape that I want. But right now I have to just find a support that gets it as close as I can to a good shape, and then polish it up in a little while. Dropping wholesale as much as possible, getting full 35 promote is better. I agree. right. So this piece just has to sit now. I've got the handle on where I want it, and it's just gonna need a bit of thank you for the follow, Amused Ant. Appreciate it. So I just have to get the handle to set up a little bit so that I can go in and really shape it. I'm gonna give it a little bit more lean towards the handle, and I'm gonna give it a little bit more lean out here, but I really need it to be able to self-support more before I can push it into those directions. So right now it's just got this awkward kind of puffy shape that the sponges are putting under it, but I also need it to have that lift. I want it to have a little bit of arch in the top. So I need the arch, and then I can start to pull it. It's basically going to expand outward from here, but I just have to give it some time to set before I do that. So I'm going to let that kind of be for now. I don't know how nerdy you are, Amuse Pottery, but if you sculpt anything from a video game, someone on Twitch will want it. Yeah, right? I actually used to, let's see, I just got another follow. Beer for my breakfast. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I used to play some like MMOs and stuff, and the gaming group that I was in ordered a bunch of mugs from me, so I had branded with like our guild and stuff, like all the created custom logos and all that, and then I sold it to all the people, and then I had a few people from other guilds contact me for custom work. Can you do the shrine from Zelda, by the way? Yeah, I mean, if you send me a picture of whatever you want, I can pretty much get it made. We make any logo. I mean, we did logos from just as simple as a few letters to almost portrait-esque. So we did. This is one of the last logos we carved. It's like a goat man, but the detail, you know, you can put in whatever you want. Yeah, please, just let me know if you're looking for something custom. Send me a DM, or you know how to get up with me through social media or in person. C-Not Bush. C-Not Bush. His prices start at $3,000. Yeah, taking off. Have a good night. Good night, Silky. Thank you so much for hanging out on stream tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, so the I make plenty of pieces that I know I should be getting 3, 4, 5 times more than what I'm actually selling them for. It's just the market I'm in, it just doesn't work. I wouldn't sell anything if I sold it for the prices that it should sell at. That's the sad truth of it. You know, maybe as I get a little bit more people seeing my work, I can raise my prices and not feel bad about it. But I'm going to take off for the night too. Just finished up these teapots, so I've got some more pieces to finish, and I might hop on this weekend. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Dizzy. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the chatting earlier, and thanks for sharing the Discord for me. That was very helpful. Iron Leaf Potter is doing blindfold challenge now. That's so much fun. I did mine last night. I'm going to go ahead and raid her so that if anyone wants to see the blindfold challenge, it's a lot of fun, and we can get get some raid over to some of our friends here on the Twitch Pottery Throwdown. I really appreciate everyone hanging out. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Dragonfly. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for coming, hanging out on stream, chatting, and making my potting go much better and more fun. Milky Mool, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Thank you for the follow. Hope to see you again soon. Oh, thank you so much, Polly. Really appreciate it. Mountain Mama, thank you so much. It's been great having you all here. I'm going to send you over to Iron Leaf Potter. Hopefully she has a good hand at throwing the blindfolded challenge. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty funny. So potter, right? Yeah, let's try that. All right, have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much.